All right, everybody, welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. I'm, I've been better. Ultimately, Saturday I thought about streaming, but I had therapy, as I mentioned on Friday. So by the time that, my usual streaming time rolled around, and in fact, a few hours before then, I was simply too dead to properly stream. So I basically just tucked into bed. And then Sunday, I thought about it, and I thought maybe I ought to rest because it is now 6 a.m. basically, and I'm up. So what am I going to do about that by the time streaming time rolls around? And wouldn't you know it, lo and behold, I head to bed, and guess what happens? The power goes out. So if I had been streaming, I would have lost my project progress. Little did I know. Little did I know how bad it would have been if I had done what I said I would do. Uh, It's good that I didn't do what I said I would do. Instead, I waited. Now, mind you, this has come with a profound anxiety, which is affecting me even as we speak. Because now it's getting down to the wire. It's getting down to the wire, basically. I'm going to have to render this thing out, and I'm going to aim for a cycles render. And I have machines that can render. But let me tell you what. This is going to be stressful couple days. Stressful couple days, you know? So I'm profoundly concerned. I'm reaching that point. It's the best way that I could describe it. First things first, and it's an important first thing. We gotta get the timing all right for this. So we're gonna start on frame 0 here. She is so cute. Where is where is she looking? The view controller, what are you looking at? You have eyes, girl. Where are they? Where are your eyes? Where are your eyes? I know you have a search function for a reason. What do you mean? What do you mean you had eyes before? You're clearly looking somewhere. I programmed that in. Where are you looking? Where's the orb? How is this happening? This is a fascinating one. Cause yeah, here's the part that I need to basically fix, like no matter what. Because the timing is just all wrong. All completely scuffed up. But, where's... Girl, where's your eyes? Where's your eyes? I don't know how else to frame the question, but where's your eyes? Did I delete the eyes in edit mode somehow? That is looking heinously likely. No, I did not. They're here. What is this even called? Head controller. Yeah? Yeah, is it called head controller? Look target and head controller. I am the king of effective naming schemes. Y'all know that? Absolute grand champion of effective naming schemes out here. Christ alive. Alright, well. Look target. Where are you, look target? Show me. Show me where you are, look target. Around here somewhere. Very weird. Okay, where's look target? I'm gonna flip out. I didn't expect this to be a problem. The look target is invisible. Truly, I have done some weird things here. But yeah, how can I find look target? Okay. We won't worry too much about that because the camera's not going to be over here, by the way. I'm worried more about the movement of the arms because at this point, we've really done some stuff. Oh, that reminds me. Believe it or not, I found out about another add-on. I solve all my problems with add-ons. There's one that I was hoping on. Sync viewport world settings with scene world settings. I don't know what that is. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. I was looking for, hold on. Blender, apply world coordinates. Armature. There's an add-on that is paste world coordinates, and I need it. I need it a lot, actually. That's exactly what I need, so I need to go find that. Okay. Paste SVGs. Skin weights copy paster. Copy relative transform. Huh. Is it maybe copy relative transform, perhaps? I guess we'll look it up. No. Well, this doesn't seem quite right either. Oh, then I'm in problems. Yeah, I'm in problems if I can't find that. Poly copy paste. No. No. Oh goodness. Alright, well. Okay, hold on. We immediately have come up into a brief quibble. So we're gonna go fix that, or go figure out what it is that what we saw the other day, and then from there we can maybe. Yeah, Christ, how am I gonna even find that? I guess it must be mastering Blender's graph editor. Hold on. Okay, well, let's make sure the volume is muted. Though, if anybody wants to follow along with which videos I referenced, I will say that it was from Elijah Sheffield, this one. Hi, Vina. Welcome to the stream. We are currently, we are currently trying to find a world coordinate. Noctart says, "Allo, allo." Hello there. I am trying to find a specific Blender add-on. I'm not having much luck, though. I saw it vanishingly, and now I have to try and discover it. Dr. Art says, "I decided to join the fight after all, and I haven't slept in a while." Understandable. Yeah, that'll happen. Trust me, that'll happen. I've slept very little this month. Relatively speaking. Oh, naturally I can't. Blender copy world transform add-on. Yeah, copy and paste object and bone transforms with ease. Huh. Okay, yeah, no, this is it. So why can't I find it? This is a weird one. Okay. So it should be here. Global, perhaps? No. Global copy nodes isn't it? Interesting. Huh. It definitely exists. Blender knows about it. But this is from Knox Blender 4.0. So... Huh. Viewport, end panel. Interesting. It says, what add-on are you looking for? It's called Copy Global Transform. Or at least it used to be called Copy Global Transform. It definitely existed in Blender 4.0, but since we're in 5.0, it could be that it just no longer exists. But, you know. Perhaps it's here in the animation tab. Copy Global Transform. Let's see what we got. Sidebar, animation. Hey, here it is. What the hell? Okay, whatever. I needed that. I'm gonna need that to tweak the walk cycle later on, but thank you. I have no idea what that was about. None whatsoever. None. Zero. Okay. Anyways, yeah, if we were tweaking the walk cycle, this would be where I would do it, but not right now. Now that I know that this exists, we can use that later. Alright, anyways. Let's actually get started now. Okay, let's see. Well, that's fine. Everything up until that point is fine. Here's where we can start to say... Why are none of the... Hmm. Interesting. So according to this, there's no actions? Why is that? There we go. Okay. They were hidden for some reason. So yeah, for whatever reason, that used to be an add-on, but it's just now... It's just now the reality of this world. It's the truth of this world. Alright, so let's see. Up, up. Up. Okay. So here's... What do you mean there's no... Ah, right. Okay, we need to close out of look target so that we can actually see anything. Got it. Hey. Oh, hey. Oh, and there's you two. Why didn't you show up before? What? Okay, whatever. Okay. Put iktarget.r, and we will hide everything else. Okay. Okay, so let's set a free keyframe type here, and then, at least in theory, free. We should be able to... Oh. This isn't quite right. No, I should undo this. This is not looking good. Yeah, I should undo this. Okay. Perhaps what I could do instead is shift the X back a little bit. Yeah. That ought to do it. Or would it be the Y? No, it'd be the X. Where's the X on this bastard? X location. Where are... Oh, yeah, you're over there. No wonder I couldn't find you. Okay. So at least in theory, if we normalize this, hide everything else. Oh, okay, the X Position is short for... Okay, so it's actually the Y that we want. Got it. Okay. Sure. Okay. Are you sure about that, Devers? Okay, let's prove that out, huh? Shall we? Nope. No, that doesn't quite work. Very weird. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so we wanna change that arc a little bit. Perhaps something like this. It's even something like this. This is, by the way, your window isn't maximized. Oh, thank you. I forgot because I was so obsessed with the other thing. I was a little bit freaking out. Hey, look at that. Hold on. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay. Well, let's see. Everything down here. Okay. Let's look at this thing. Okay, so presumably over here. Okay. We want to shove that back. That's what we want to do. Wow, Jesus Christ. Okay, maybe even more. Really now? Oh Christ, we got the wrong one, didn't we? Okay. Jeez, we really need a... Oh my god, alright. Yeah, that's more like it. Okay, then nothing for a million years. Problem, to say the least. Okay. Then she slows down as I absolutely just completely fuck everything up. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, you would think that this was like... The funny part is, like... I started with the most important part, with the least important parts first, which is the part that probably won't even make it into the shot, since this is our opener. So, naturally, she needs to hit the ground towards the beginning of the animation. Currently, we've spread this out over more than 10 seconds. So clearly I made a little bit too much ladder climbing animation, and now I've got to course correct, you know? Dr. Art says F. Yeah, F is about right. It's a big F in chat moment, I can't deny it. But first things first is just getting the timing right, you know? So everything slows down to a crawl here, so clearly we need to shift some things back, I think. Oh. Hold on, what was that? Interesting. I don't think you need to be here, whatever you are. Okay, well this is a problem. We need to see what exactly we did. The problem is here, right? Like, this is way too slow. Look at this. Like, no, a bunch of stuff is off frame. A lot of weird things happen here. Let's see, we got... Yeah. First things first. Second thing is, what is wrong with you here? Okay. That also needs to be shortened up, and all these... everything here needs to be brought back, basically. Gonna be risky business here. But I think this should do. Yeah, way too much time. When we get to this, and then yeah. Wow. We gotta try and make this look reasonable. Let's look at the pelvis. What's the pelvis doing? Because the first thing I gotta say is... Right? So, like... This needs to be a little bit faster. This needs to be tightened up. Yeah, like, this is where the animation starts to fall apart. This bit right here at the start that's not going to show up on camera. Oh, so good. Look at that. Bonk. Look at the smoothness of it all. And then she grabs that second rung, and then immediately everything starts going to shit. Check this out. Whoop. Okay, yeah, not as good. Worse. 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 Visible arm jiggle that cannot be permitted to exist. Yeah, no, everything about that needs to be changed. This was hours of work, and it looks like that. Not good. Not a good place to be. Oh yeah, we're holding on like 8s. We're doing crazy stuff. This is nonsense. Tremendous amount of time for this to take place over. Okay, so we're looking at the keyframes from 264 to like around 290. Look at this. To a certain extent, this is real self-hatred. Like, what was I thinking? A real and profound contempt for future me, you know? I was just like, fuck future deafers. This is incomprehensible. Okay, well, let's see. How many seconds is this actual hold? It goes from 285 to 295. That's crazy. That's unreal. Okay. Incidentally, is there a snapping mode to this? Because the snapping mode would be so nice. Snap to frame, for God's sake. Why do I not have snap to frame? That would have fixed so many other things. Okay, well, hold on. If we can snap to frame, then I can... Okay, yes, now we're talking. let's just start from the top. Take it from the top. Good. Good. Kind of. Slow. Okay. So the first thing is that this should all be much faster. Right? Just one frame ought to be enough. Okay. This is a hold. Okay, so now everything else is slow, huh? Okay. Okay, so now we have a really long period. We have a really long hold here. Like here. Okay, this action is all way too slow, you know? So let's just rock that back. Okay. There's just this huge gap here where there's not much going on. We need to clean this up. So first things first, we need to figure out what you're doing. You need to be sped up substantially. Like none of that can be that fast. Can be like that. Okay, sure. Gonna think of it. Everything past this point needs to be sped up substantially. Just bring that in. Bring it in, everybody. All my keyframes jump in from out of frame. Okay, and we're slow again. We're slow during this period, huh? Okay. Well, first thing we gotta do, right, is just tighten this up. Tighten it up more. Okay, well that's a little bit too tight. For once. Okay. Well, now there's this whole situation. What's that about? What is this catastrophic holdover? No. Okay. We are... What time is it? 40 minutes into this. Alright. Definitely gonna want to pick up the pace out here. Okay, interesting. So this hold is way too big. You don't need more than like this. So I really thought that blocking it out and then just doing the timing was a good idea. Now I realize that that was the dying dream of someone desperate. This is not a great way to animate. Okay. That hold is still colossal. Absolutely ridiculous. Animating more than on threes is like a bit of a death situation here. Like, it's absolutely unnecessary. Okay, that's not the worst thing in the world. Whoa, okay. realistically speaking, what I should have done is more of a layered animation approach here, where I just, like, centered the position of the pelvis relative to these, and forgot everything else. That's what I should have done, but I was not being systematic enough in my thinking. Okay, so that's way too slow. Yeah, that's just not correct. This ought to help. The hold is fine, I think. Okay, so you need to move well before. Okay, interesting. Just slinking on down, wrong. My moves, rancid. So first of all, you just need to be moving out of the way well before. Okay, so now we just need to move that in, yeah. So now it's clear. Well, clear's the wrong word, but now it might be clear. Yes. Yes, that's not horrible. Okay, and then... Okay, so if we just shovel all that in there. Okay. Perhaps it should be here. Okay, and then by the time it hits... So these two things should be shoved back. Okay. It's not perfect. Good God, is it not perfect, but... Okay, and then she's frozen for 17 million years. So that's good, believe it or not. Because that's right around the 10-second mark. We can tighten up this animation a little further, and then maybe get it down to like 5 to 8 seconds. And 8 seconds is a decent ideal, I think. Because generally my goal is to have this last no longer than 30 seconds. You know what I mean? 30 seconds is my hot limit. Let's say. Unless there's some extended reason why it should be longer. I don't want it to take any longer than it has to, as it were. Okay. Interesting that. Ah. See. Okay. That's good, that's good. I mean, it's not perfect, but it'll do. And we can just yoink you down. Yoink you down harder. That's fine. Alright, now we don't move for 17 trillion years. And do that. Just truly special moves. We can absolutely get rid of these awkward pauses in the movement. And we should. So So let's try and count them. Good. Awkward pause right here. Right here, that takes way too long. Like that. Where is that? Okay. Okay, I mean, it's still very soft. Way too soft, in fact. I'm gonna try this. Let's see. What about all this? Elvis is moving fine. But this is a weird long pause, I think. Yeah. So yeah, if we think about this, right? Everything about that is just a little bit messed up, you know? Because like here, you're here, and you move out to here. And that should take less time, for one. Okay. And this lowering can take time, but not that much time. That's too much. Right? If we do this... Interesting. Okay, we can maybe... Nah. Okay, not bad. So first of all, what's going on here? Like, for these 17 trillion neons, you know? Everything about this is wrong. Good lord. Everything about that is just wackadoodle. Okay, so weird pause right here. Talking like a 6-frame situation here. 8 frames. So we could probably, like... Probably we want a little bit of overshoot here, I think. Okay, yeah, that seems like a decent gesture. Okay. And let's see. So whatever's going on here is just way too slow, way too loosey-goosey. All this time for this? No. Yeah, that's much more like it. Okay, and then we have the weird pause, right? Like, whatever's going on there takes way too long. Everything there, like, no. So first things first, holds too long, way too long. That happens a lot here. Happens way too much. Well, the knee target's just doing whatever the hell it wants, huh? So we should probably bring this back to be in sync with 273-ish. Okay. Bring this back, and we suddenly have something that's taken way, way, way too long, but hey. Okay. I mean, like I said, that's a common theme throughout all this. At 24 frames per second, we've got just over 10 seconds of animation up until this point, which is, again, like, it's great and all, but, like, you know, Jesus Christ, when you actually think about the frame buffer. So yeah, let's think about this. The pause here, for example. No. Okay. Even here, you know, these holds, which, incidentally, I really gotta stop being in the habit of using so much. But yeah, let's see. This first second really bothers me. I really do think, we can tighten this up, you know? Okay. Okay, so then let's... So first things first, that is way, look at that. that's way too... Okay, tighten it up. More. Okay. More, huh? Yeah, we're talking about like a 29 to 31, so like 4-frame hold, way too long. Okay. Well, maybe too short now? Yeah, too short. Alright. So what I'm feeling now is this. Okay, maybe a little bit too much. Not bad, exactly. Not bad per se. Whoop. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Whoop. Okay. So we could bring that in a little bit more. Okay, yes. Yes, yes. Okay. Now maybe we can shorten that up. Okay, no, that's perfect. That's nice. Okay. Now there's this whole situation, right? Something about this strikes me as off. Now let's see what we can do about that. So first things first is tighten this up. Okay. So let's see, we can just push this back a little bit, just like a living hold, you know? Better, not great. Let's see, what can we do? I think we can exaggerate the motion a little bit. Not too much, of course. Just enough. Okay. So I definitely think that this is a little bit anemic. Let's tighten it up. Okay, yeah, that's fine. It's not great, but, I mean... Okay, then there's the 17 trillion years of solitude. I don't know what that's about. Yeah, what was I thinking with some of these holds? Like, this is insane. Timing is everything in blockouts, and I will never learn that until much later, I guess. Okay, so clearly the pelvis needs to learn. The pelvis has got to learn. Yeah, this whole situation needs to go down, you know? So first things first, you... Okay. Way too smooth, though. Noctart says, my topology is asymmetric. And Emperor Supreme says, we'll be lurking, but hope you're well, Defers. I am. Thanks again for the art, by the way. I know I thanked you a while ago, but I'd like to thank you again. It was good. Okay. But yeah, I've had the asymmetric topology problem before. I'll tell you that for free. It's something else. Alright, so this. First of all, this is all going way too slowly, right? Okay. Sure. Now we just take that and shove it like this, and now we've got... Okay. We can just grab all these and shove them back a couple frames. Like that, maybe. Still too much pause. How about now? How about now? That's more like it. Now they're frozen for 10 million years, but that's what we want. Believe it or not. Because every time that they freeze, every time that she freezes for 10 million years, we've got another bit of detail that we can try and coax out of this thing, you know? Like this. So we can... This arm is way out of sync now. These holds, they're good for detecting that kind of thing. Not even close, dude. Okay. Interesting. So the next really slow section is whatever's going on here. This is... Okay. So what's going on here during this period exactly? We got this, right? This frame right here, frame 189. We got this going on with the, let's see, that is the pelvis, apparently. What are you even doing, buddy? Why? Now what about the neck? What are you doing? What are you up to in this period? Nothing? Hey, can I get a neck with nothing? Okay. Well. Foot.L. What are you even doing during this entire display? What are you up to? Why are you here? Go home. Okay, so basically everything after this point can be like shrunk down magnificently, frankly. Right, everything here can just mute. We shouldn't even notice a difference. Oh, okay. That's not horrible. It's a little bit exaggerated, but... Well, we got snappies now. Which is really more of a pelvis problem than anything else. Because, yeah, we got leg snapping, which is going to be because the pelvis is too high. The pelvis is too damn high. We bring that up. Okay, and as usual, we have this freakish weight, you know? Yeah, look at that. What is that? When is that? Okay. From frame 180, everything else is disaster. Okay. So, well, let's grab all these holds. Select after current frame and bring them in. Okay, and then we have another... So everything here... Let's see. Alright, let's see about that. So the problem here is this weird second right here. So everything about this is wrong. So let's start with that, huh? Okay. Delete keyframe there. Let's just focus on the pelvis first. Okay, too much. Which means that this also needs to be considered, you know? Now we can grab the pelvis earlier and move it back until this is no longer an issue, you know? Okay. So we're squarely before the 10-second mark for this whole thing, which is pretty good, kind of. You know? It's only been, you know, hour and 20 minutes or so, you know. And for all that, we still got our weird pauses everywhere. Like, let's see. One. This whole arm situation, right? This I'm not fond of. We can jam this back, and it should be good. What the hell was that? After it says, how do you even submit an animation? Does the image file accept GIFs? It does accept GIFs, but they tend to need to be less than 5 megabytes, which means that you tend to need to go to EasyGIF or something, and just make the most dog shit quality version of your GIF. So what a lot of people do is they'll privately upload to YouTube the full version of their animation. I'm just letting you know. But yes, that's how you submit an animation. You just go for it. You just go for it. I like to use EasyGIF because it gives me a lot of options to optimize the GIF, which means that it's not as god-awful disastrous as it could be, but I'm usually running like a 480p GIF on the website. For something like this, I've got to upload, like I've got to give a different upload, just because otherwise I'm hating myself in ways I can't even describe. It would be an act of supreme self-hatred to just let it go, just be like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna, yeah, you know. Uh-huh, interesting. Huh, about that. There's a lot of how about that's here. Yeah, that's all the palm of the hand. That's all in the hand palm. Oh, where was this? Everything seems good, but for a second there. Okay, well. Let's try this again. Probably don't want these keyframes there. It shows you that that's all way too wrong. Probably some of these are extraneous too. Yeah, there's way too many of these keyframes. Absolutely no need for this many keyframes. Yeah, they're kind of obfuscating the action. We need to delete some of these keyframes so I can understand what's going on. This keyframe is fine. This keyframe is fine. This keyframe is not. Perfect. Okay, let's see. What do we got? Well, that tells us everything we need to know, I think. Now let's say about that, right? Everything past this point. Okay, that's not bad. We still got one weird pause, but it's not terrible anymore. Okay. So the weird pause is right around there. Like, whatever's going on here... has to do with all his leg stuff, I betcha. Right here, frame 180. Jesus Christ. Incomprehensible animation graph. I'm sure it's not even that bad to a seasoned animator. I'm just not very seasoned at all. Kind of the unwashed chicken breast of animator right now. So the first thing that we can do, right, is just like... just ramp all this back. This doesn't need to be here. Okay. Now the pelvis is trailing. Well, we can fix the pelvis trailing. There you go. It's not so bad, is it? I mean, certain parts of this are god-awful, but you know. Anything involving that needs to be you. Okay. And this needs to be set back to like... okay, so like... alright. Now here's the, like, inveterately bad part of everything, but we've gotten it down to 192 frames, just about, to this point. 192 frames to get to this point, which is not so god-awful as to be unanswerable, you know. Definitely needs a little bit more work, but yeah, if by the 10-second mark we're here... I mean, we're obviously going to have to crop off a little bit of the best part of the ladder climbing animation, as it were, but the best solution to that is just to keep polishing this thing until it doesn't look like trash. That's just a matter of willpower. Yeah. So I'll BRB. Thank you all for your patience. Be right back. And I'm back, everybody. Thank you all for your patience. I'm still a bit away from my microphone, so I shall be slowly gliding back in. Alright. Let's see what we can get going here. Let's see this. Interesting, huh? Interesting. This needs to change. First of all, do we even need this? Don't think we do. It didn't add anything information-wise. So that tells us we can move this back. Interesting. Can you not do that? Oh my god, Blender, what the hell was that? Please don't. Okay, interesting. Well, this needs at least a little bit of a forward. Interesting. Yeah, huh. So I'll hold this back. We'll get... Okay, that's better at least. Not horrible, anyways. Okay. Let's review, huh? That's so good. So good. This here, this right here. Give me the IK, thank you. Interesting. interesting. I still don't love this arm timing. There's something wrong here. Even though, at least in theory, yeah. That ain't right. Okay. Okay, that looks more natural. Obviously, we're gonna need to get the hands to be good here, which, you know, they haven't been a lot of the time. Like, there's a lot of situation here. So yeah, if anything, this whole situation needs to be moved back some. Also, good lord, I didn't bring this hand close to the rung at all. Like, yeah, that was a little bit aspirational of a grab, you know what I'm saying? Like... Oh, okay. Alright. So let's check this again, you know? Take it for the top. It's gonna be a lot of this. This is the situation, you know? Let's try that again. Not quite right at all. Here's a pause. Right here. First of all, the head tracking is going to have to be basically redone. So I should probably focus on that real quick. Okay, well. The head movement should anticipate the arm movement. Which, to be fair, I think it does. But not by enough, I don't think. Yeah, okay. So here's our first weird pause. You know, like, we don't need this. This is way too much pause, you know? Then nothing. Actually nothing. So we clearly need to, you know. Okay, that's not horrible. Still a little bit conservative, you know. Pelvis is going down too slowly as usual. What was that? Okay. Here's another weird pause. Here we are again. This all just takes a tremendous amount of time is the problem, you know? Like, there's something about the timing that's just still off to me. That reminds me. Timing, time, save in case of power outage. One, two. What was that weird? Well, and then nothing, huh? Interesting. What are you doing exactly? Let's try that. Interesting, to say the least. Start from the rest pose. Whap. 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 We start desyncing here. In fact, we really gotta, like, right there, you know? Like, that's... Everything about that is just wrong, you know? We gotta... Yeah. Not so bad. Also not so bad, just really, really like, again, like a long time, you know? Okay, so we're up to like, we've gotten it down to well under 10 seconds, frankly. And we've got this, which is like 17 years, roughly. It's like, yeah, nothing about this makes any goddamn sense. Like, we just go into slow-mo, never leaving aside the look of it. Wow. Wowie, wow, wow, wow. Jesus H. Christ. What was that? What was any of that? I could spend hours just fixing this. Incidentally, that's what you're about to watch. Alright, so let's see. We start at frame 1, right? Well. God, this looks weird. So the head is at this point doing whatever it wants. This is another weird pause that we've created, right? Normal, normal, weird pause. Right there. Here's another weird pause. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3. So what's the deal with the hands here, you know? Okay. Okay, so the pelvis is just doing whatever it wants at this point. Well, yeah, the pelvis is mistimed again, I think. Okay. Interesting. You're still lagging behind, like, noticeably, huh? So what's up with this exactly? Torso's lagging behind for one. first thing we need to do is... Something's not right here. Okay, so the torso's clearly still not doing its job. Pelvis is not doing its job now. Try now. So it seems like the knee is out of key, as it were. Okay, well. I'm not super happy with it. 1,500 frames are this nonsense. Which ought to be really a treat to decipher, but we can definitely take it from here bit by bit. It's just a tough road to hoe. I gotta BRB again. Knockdart says watching someone else suffer is fun. Yeah, these have been some of my more successful streams, I'm not gonna lie. So a lot of people seem to be tuning in for the suffering. I don't blame them. It's an interesting creative process. BRB. Alright. I've returned. Time to just keep on keeping on, you know what I'm saying? Like, time to just discover everything. We'll see how that ends up going. Why is there no music? Windows Media Player, did you freeze up on me? No, we're playing Godhood Suite. That's why there's no music. Oh, we got another weird pause, huh? After compressing this down this much. I just gave up on trying to do this whole thing, huh? Yeah, whatever this is going on, like, none of this. The hell is this? I'll tell you what it is. None of this is what it is. Okay. Hmm. Great. Everything about this is great. Okay. Hmm. Jesus Christ, what happened to the rest of them? What happened to the rest of her? Jesus Lord. Okay, well, I mean, we're getting a faster climb speed. It's just at the cost of my sanity, you know? But yeah, I mean, down to keyframe 96, and then everything goes straight to hell, you know? Knockart says a price you're willing to take. Yeah, it's true. Whoa. Not sure what's happening there, though. Okay. Well, this left leg's fallen far behind now. She doing a stanky leg. Whoa! Okay. Yeah, that's not. Knockart says, it's kind of ironic. We suffer so much, yet have the time of our lives while doing so. Yeah, that's an accurate description. The rush of it, you know. Yeah, you should be dropping. All this should be happening well around over here, so. Okay. So basically we make landfall at around frame 152, which is great. That implies that the whole thing lasts under 10 seconds. Now there's only this going around, which I'm sure is fine and normal. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to wonder if I can just... I mean, I know I can. Well, I don't know if I can, but I assume that I can, right? Because we're just gonna... How did this even happen? How did this even happen? You? What is that? I don't know what that is. sure why we need this. If we need this, yeah. All too terribly slow, mind you. Incidentally, yes, okay. Copy pose, go over here, paste pose, keyframe please. Alright, cool. And paste pose, keyframe here please. Okay, yeah, so that's good. I'm gonna delete this keyframes. So clearly we have some timing issues here, but you know, not exactly the worst thing in the world. If we just move all this back eventually. Finally, a little bit too much. Alright. Now it's just a matter of making this all not terrible. Easier said than done, mind you. All of it easier said than done. Interesting, so first things first. We thankfully have a... what the hell? So what the hell is this? Oh. the knees are doing some weird things, so that'll be good to debug. Gotta debug them knees. So didn't I fix this a little bit ago? This almost not a keyframed it, huh? That or the pelvis is too high still. I mean, while this is a dramatic pose, Jesus Christ, alright. Look at this acrobatic goddamn pirouette. What is this? I almost love it too much to get rid of it. I don't care that it's... I don't care that it doesn't work. Look at her. Oh, she's absolutely serving. Look at her go. Look at this. Whoop. Whee! Just absolute nonsense. It's great. I hate it. I love it. Okay, so there's another really weird pause here. Like, what is up with these weird pauses? Yup. Okay, and then from there, first of all, the knee is just doing whatever the fresh fuck it wants. Should not be doing that. This is good enough. And we got another weird pause, so we can take it down. We can bring it down. Like 120 is the 5-second mark. We are nearly at the 5-second mark for climbing down this whole flight of stairs. It's not perfect, mind you. There are so many tweaks to do, but we've definitely made progress with this pose, you know? Huh. Okay. So immediately I see a problem here, you know? Well, a lot of problems, actually. This is, for one, very ginger. Like... this needs to be tightened up substantially. What the hell keyframe is this, anyways? Alright, well. These two need to get brought down a little lower. Okay. So immediately I mistrust everything with the torso here. Like, this is not right. So what the hell are you doing here? We don't need these keyframes, I don't think. We already have holds. So, you know. How is it? Well, this explains some things, doesn't it? What the goddamn hell? Yeah, well, it looks like we deleted the wrong ones, I guess. Those are the torso. We need maybe... yeah, maybe like a hold. Yeah, a hold does wonders for this motion. No, that's the torso. We don't... So it turns out what I felt I was missing was a hold on the... Yeah, that makes sense. I'm absorbing a lot of information at a high pace, rapidly high speed. Let's put it like that. I've been a little bit more systematic about these things and thought a little bit more about them. I could have gotten somewhere way faster. Here, you need a hold too, don't you? I've been trying to just make it work without a hold all this time. Okay. Okay, interesting. Copy pose. Paste. Okay. Paste pose. Keyframe. Alright, what do we got? Not much of anything here yet. No locking. Still no lock. Such an extra pose. Such a spectacularly extra pose. Look at her. Just really flaunting it. For just a frame, but just really flaunting it. Look at that. Majestic. Real Majesco hours. But yeah, jokes aside, we've gotten this bad boy down. I mean, I believe the Godhood Suite started. And it's ending. Yeah. Yeah, no, so it's been 45 minutes since last I checked on anything. We're 3 hours into the stream. Good lord. What the hell is going on with your knees, girl? Why are they rotating like that? What did I get to rotate here? Oh, I think I found my answer. Well, this could be a good anticipatory motion if it's not too insane. Remember what I said about it being too insane? I'm feeling that. Does anybody want to tell me why this? selecting random nonsense. Okay. As fun as this pose is, and oh my god is it fun, it's definitely not necessarily what we're looking for. Still, it does help clarify some things, so, you know, can't be too mad. Okay, let's see. Do we have any more weird pops? Any more weird positions? Yes, as a matter of fact, we do. What is that jitter? What is that about, huh? Okay, interesting. So save, save, save until he... Safe in here. Unsafe out here. There's something about this pose that it really doesn't like, huh? Interesting. Oh, the torso hasn't tilted for this one, huh? Well, it doesn't tilt until much later, huh? Okay, interesting. We still have a problem here, like a capital P problem. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Okay, now we got this thing peeking through here. Fascinating. I love whatever's going on here. Like, God, I hope they're not all this weird. Okay. So that we did that, right? Are you normal-ish? Debatable. Okay, interesting. Love to know why that is. Interesting. So you are keyframed here. Whatever keyframes I chose apparently weren't very good. Because you were just doing whatever the fresh hell you damn well please. Intra goddamn sting. Intra goddamn sting. What is this? Okay, interesting. So this crossover, whatever's going on here, defines our little, a little anomaly point. Does it not? Sure does. Okay, well... what, if anything, could I do to make this less horrendous? Because so, thus far, this seems unsalvageable. Okay, well, interesting. Doesn't seem to actually have any goddamn relation to what's happening here. Oh, hold on. Okay. Yeah, that suddenly made everything better. Up until this point, where everything's worse again, but... hopefully we can just fix that, you know? Okay. So yeah, we just need this to, like, go down a little bit, and it should be fine, right? So if on this frame, I say to you, you know, keyframe, please. And I tell you to paste that pose. Till here, you should be fine. Copy pose. Paste pose, keyframe. Okay, interesting. Yeah, everything's good so far. Well, so far so good, I say, as I see how good it's not. Okay. So immediately this is suspect. Okay. This one seems to be fairly fixable, though. Interesting. Everything's looking good. Ooh. I don't know about good. No, there's no good there. Okay. Okay, well, step one is to fix whatever's going on with the... Okay, so let's see what's going on in Shoulderland now. Okay. Yeah, no, Jesus Christ. What were you thinking? Okay. Don't have to worry too much about that. Okay, what in God's name? Okay, so let's work on the hands. Now that we've got this absolute ridiculous pose, look at her. Ah, she's great. She's just gonna hold that pose for 15 years, huh? Yeah, we're just letting it go, and she's just like, yeah, no. I was like... Yep, there she goes. Oh, yeah, no, that's normal. Yep. Yep. Everything's fine. Couldn't have done it better myself. Jesus Christ, what was I... How was this acceptable to me Friday? How burnt out was I, exactly? I basically just spent the whole day redoing that work. Be that as it may, I don't feel too uncomfortable yet. Emphasis on yet. I'm gonna start feeling real uncomfortable soon. I also wonder if I should just maybe, like, stop here and then just redo these entire 700 frames. It might be faster. It might legitimately be faster because I've got a better starting point. Yeah, I might. I'm gonna BRB. I'm gonna go to the bathroom a lot today. I think it's just the difficulty of this. This is a tough animation. BRB. And everybody, I'm back. Let's carry on, shall we? So yeah, because I don't know if I trust, like, any of this. Leaving aside, like, the final pose, which is fine. The final pose is okay, so we can have that. But, like, what all from this is even salvageable anymore, you know? Like, past this point, what all's salvageable? And to be frank, I think that everything from here to here is just... deletable. So I think I will delete keyframes here. Just jam everything over here. Okay, apparently there was one thing that was necessary. I don't really get it. Oh, okay, the leg is just so... Wow. What the hell? Okay, well, you can't delete everything like that. That was a genuine, not good idea. It turns out that you needed some of that, Devers. Which parts of it? Don't know. whole thing is just kind of a botched escapade, huh? Because everything over here, fine. Bonk, 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 bonk. Okay. Just keyframe all, right? And go through all this. Because, yeah, none of this makes any sense anymore. Like, all this is just wrong. So go to here, right? Okay. Then we'll keyframe all again. And then delete everything in between these 2 points. And that's how we're going to handle it. Like here. So everything beyond this point just gets sent to jail, right? Yoop! That's not gonna work, no. So clearly we do need some transient animation here. Good animation, ideally. If we're being picky. We could also bike shed and do the hands instead, but let's... Let's try my new toy here. This might be good. Okay. Copy global transform. Paste global transform. Hey! Okay, now we're talking. Paste global transform, okay. Alright. Alright, so this is gonna be difficult. Don't get it twisted. This is gonna suck to do, but it's gonna work. First things first, we're gonna copy global transform. And okay, so I guess this is the first thing that needs to change, right? What frame does this... Alright. That'll be this frame, yeah? And you are on frame... The fingers are going to take a long time to do. Longer than I anticipated, to say the least. Keyframe that, I guess. We'll, copy global transform. Paste global transform? Sure, that'll work. Guess we need to paste global transform here as well. Okay, at about... Okay. Paste global transform, keyframe. Copy. Let's, you know, keyframe. Okay, so you clearly need some... Nope, 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 nope. Uh-huh. Okay, let's... Okay, we keyframed, right? Okay. No. Goodness, what the hell? Okay, paste. I guess. Okay. Everything here can get deleted, I think. Okay, well, maybe not. Okay. Okay, keyframe. Okay, paste keyframe, please. Oh, good lord, huh? Okay, well. The keyframes. Yeah, sure, that'll work. It's not looking excellent, but interesting. What is that about? Okay. The keyframes, please. All right. Alright, now it's time to get the thingies all looking okay, which is easier said than done, oh my god. Oh cool, we didn't have a hold on this one. Or is this the hold? That is in fact the hold, so what is this about? Okay, well, we can bring this in. Oh, that is looking supremely fucked. But ain't that just the way it is, you know? Alright. Are we gonna have to go into weight paint mode? Because I feel like we're gonna have to go into weight paint mode. Whether I want to or not. Texture paint? No, not texture paint. Weight paint. You know it. Oh my god. Alright, well. Why are things the way that they are? I can think of a few reasons, man. I can think of a few reasons, alright? Let's just start fixing things, eh? Love going back to the 10th circle of hell here. Emperor Supreme says, night, Devers. Hope things go well for you. Thanks for dropping by, Empress Supreme. I appreciate it. Hopefully they do, yeah. It might go well for me, you know? I think there's a chance. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, this is interesting. Okay. That's no good. gotta use the lock keys so goddamn much for any of this to make goddamn sense. Okay, well, this is as good as it's gonna get, I think. Let's get back to pose mode. Incidentally, keyframe, please. No, none. No to none of that. Paste. None of that seems right. Okay, copy that. Keyframe this. Copy this. Paste. Is it a per bone? Oh, it's only one bone at a time. Majesco. I love that for me. Copy pose. Paste. Paste pose. Alright, well that's bizarre. Okay. We'll do that. Okay. Paste pose, paste. Okay. Copy pose, copy. Because we could keyframe in theory. Now everything here needs to be deleted. Okay. Paste pose, save. Alright. Paste pose, keyframe, paste pose, paste, keyframe, paste pose, okay, keyframe, paste pose, paste, keyframe, alright. Paste pose, paste, keyframe. Okay. Copy pose. Okay, so we keyframe that. Okay, copy pose. Okay, let's see. Copy pose and keyframe, please. Let's maybe paste pose here and keyframe, please. Not bad. Paste pose. No, I mean, let's focus on the pre-grabs on this side, huh? Okay. So this would be a pre-grab, right? So right around here. Okay, let's say that we keyframe that. Okay. Okay, and we'll keyframe that. So pre-grab, so not post-grab. Okay, so we don't have to worry anymore about post-grab. Okay. But we might wanna... Haystack flip pose. Yeah! Yeah, that's good. Okay. Whatever's going on here, we don't want it. We do want that, but we don't want this. Let me select it, okay. Delete keyframes. What about you? Delete keyframes, please. This old pose is kind of dismal. Okay, well, I guess, man, this is tough stuff. As it turns out, animating hand grabs and things like that turns out to be hard. I don't know how I didn't expect it to be hard, but you know. You know, it says hard maxing. Yeah, pretty much. I hope it's at least interesting. Okay, copy. Copy, pose, paste, pose, paste. Okay. Paste, pose, paste. Okay, paste, pose, paste. suppose, perhaps? So... Oh yeah, did we fix that weird freakout that we had? I mean, almost certainly, right? I would have noticed it if we hadn't, right? Okay, well... It's not great, but it'll do. I mean, obviously this won't do, but, you know. We can't just do that. On the other hand... Let's delete this pose and then delete these keyframes, shall we? Keyframes. Oh well. Okay. Keyframe that. Grab this. The keyframes. The keyframes. Alright. So the hands are now pasted, I mean, somewhat carefully, somewhat cautiously. We've got several thousand keyframes at this point, but who cares? Who's keeping track? I'm only barely just. Oh, good lord, we're at 4.5 hours. 4.5 hours, and we still haven't gotten to the novel sections yet. This is starting to stress, but we'll see. Hey, that's almost sensical. Like, what the hell? Now, hold up. Okay, like, yeah, you need to hurry your ass up a little bit, but if you, like, end up here... like, around here... and you just shove it back earlier. I do have to, like, observe whatever's going on here a little bit closer, because, like... it's violent and wrong. Yoop. Like, that's not no. No, no part of that is right. No part of that is right, alright? What even is that? It's like pinwheeling around. This frame. No. No. None to this. None of that. No. Fine. If this is what it takes to get you to behave. Keyframe. Okay, so this just forestalls the apocalypse to some other later frame. Is it this? Maybe we just delete this keyframe and then delete this keyframe and then... okay. You seem normal. Normal. Not normal. Not normal at all. Why? Just, if you could just be normal here. Okay, I guess on this keyframe... I think we need to be GZing this thing. To about there. Alright. No, it still won't, huh? Well, I mean, if you insist on making this hard for me, if you insist on making this hard for me, I can oblige. Also, Jesus Christ, oh my God. Okay, so everything's fine up until, like, here, frame 110. Then we get down to this pose, and things start immediately going pear-shaped. Look at that. That's no good. Okay. 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 Okay, maybe this way. We just kind of have to ignore the arms for now because they're just doing whatever the fuck they want. That's okay. That is genuinely a-okay. Gotta be gentle with this one. Micro adjustments are the name of the game, you know? Okay. So basically everything below the pelvis gets a keyframe here. Sometimes you gotta Jamiroquai a little bit. Honestly, I gotta find an OC. I gotta find someone's OC to Jamiroquai at some point. Maybe next Artfight. I'll be a year older, so perhaps I will be better at just how much do we have before? So about that much, huh? That's where the next footsteps gotta go. Yeah, the problem with global transform is that it doesn't work on multiple. So let's see if this works. No, it doesn't. Kinda need a much more, you know, large step, I think. Okay. Well, let's see how this goes. Okay. Let's keyframe that. Whoa! Yeah, that's a choice. Okay. Oh yeah, her arms are doing a great job. We're not even gonna worry about, like, please, you know? Okay. 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 Gonna just iframe this here so we don't have to worry about that. I'm gonna just iframe this so we don't have to worry about that. iframe here. Okay. Okay, leg is locked, which is not good. Yeah. We'll just iframe here. Okay. Jesus Christ. What am I even looking at, for God's sake? Okay. Okay, so I mean, it looks horrible, but it looks like a reasonable horrible. You know what I mean? Like this could one day be good animation. It just isn't right now. So I remain optimistic. I remain optimistic, alright? First of all, we don't need that. Yeah, we do not need that. Or if we just delete these keyframes, what then? Then it's a bit much. The pelvis pulls a little bit very hard on everything, but let's assume that it doesn't pull as hard on everything, right? Say it pulls like that much, right? Okay, well, let's say that it's like that, right? That's not unfeasible. Obviously, it doesn't look good right now, but that's what we're going to work on now for the next several hours. Jesus Christ, these arms are driving me up a wall. Look at these arms, man. Look at these arms. Jesus Christ, next time I make a rig, I'm going to make it bulletproof. Okay. Let's just do these one at a time, you know? Okay, that's all good. Then this is a disaster. Like, this is bad. This holds good. It's a good idea anyways. Might as well be smart about it. Get a little more room to breathe, please. Not too much more room to breathe, but that ought to be enough room to breathe. Like, okay, she's hopping now, which is... not ideal, but it's... Here's another very tiny footstep. Like a ridiculously tiny footstep. What is that about? An immediate, like... What? Why'd I do that? I apparently did that. But to what end? It says, to be honest, should have rigged QWOP. I mean, controllers are doable in Blender, but they do need add-ons, so you could make it QWOP. Okay, we just need to figure out what the hell's going on here. Jesus Christ. What is doing that? just working this goddamn model out here. Okay, so first things first, this situation needs to be rectified. Like, just being more normal is my advice. Okay, what happened with you? I need you to not prance. I need you not to prance. Oh, Jesus Christ, why is it so hard now? I always knew this section was going to be tough, but Oh my god. It's tough in so many different ways, I can't even keep track anymore. Okay. Christ, man. Oh my god. Okay, so whatever's going on here absolutely cannot be permitted to happen. So first things first, we're just gonna send this back a little bit. Maybe like that much. Okay. Why is she hopping? Well, first of all, I think part of the problem is this tiny ass step. We need a less tiny step, if I can be blunt. First things first is we're going to delete that keyframe. Second things next, we're just going to extend it out. Then we're going to keyframe it. Then we're going to duplicate keyframe to however big we need it to be. All this goes away until this lands, I guess. Okay, well, we're gonna need to delete those keyframes, I suppose. Those are some fun keyframes. Let's get rid of them. This looks goddamn hideous, but if I just believe in myself, eventually it'll look good. And eventually after that, it'll be renderable. Oh my god. I really thought I was going to be able to do it all tonight, but... Okay. Alright, I just need her to slow down. Do you want to explain how? That'd be how. this, folks, is one good reason not to do a walk cycle. But I did do a walk cycle, but it didn't work for tight corners. Today I am learning. I'm learning a lot. It says maybe you should have just made a hopscotch cycle instead of a walk cycle. I mean, that would be easier except for gravity. Also, don't ask me what's going on with her. So step one is probably to fix these knees, because God's sake, okay? So far so good, and then this is where things go bad. Alright? So at some point in all this knee decides it needs to turn outward. It does not, in point of fact, need to turn outward. It needs to turn any which way but that. It says there must be a Gravid D's Nuts add-on or something. Kind of. Where are you twisting from now? Normal, normal, normal. What is that? I'll tell you what, it's not. It's not normal. That, on the other hand, is much more passively normal. She looks like she's getting yanked, which tells you we definitely need to move less swiftly. Anna says, this must be what the Beatles meant by twist and shout. The D twists, deft shouts in anguish. Oh, I sure am shouting in anguish. This is a contact pose. This, on the other hand. Now, whatever pose this pose isn't on a walk cycle reference sheet, so it really needs to be clarified. And the best way to do that, for one, is to elevate the knee. Which knee is supposed to be in transit here, even? One. Well, first off, this thing... This whole situation is rather scuffed here. Okay. I'm gonna keyframe that. And just in general, bring it out. Now this walk cycle is a little bit less dignified, but we can probably make it work. We just have to make a decenter walk cycle than this. First step to that is... Okay. Yeah, this is all a disaster. It says the foot that's in the air gets frozen in place for a bit. Yeah. A lot of things happen that aren't supposed to happen. This was, in theory, supposed to be like a hold pose. The problem is it holds over fuck all and fucking nothing. So it's not exactly very helpful. If you don't have that, you get this. Okay. So first things first, this knee needs to rotate outward a little bit. Second of all, it needs to be up and like this a little bit. Third of all, it needs to be like this a little bit. And then it needs to land, like, over here. Okay. And it says you're making it better. I mean, I know. It's just, the going is slow. It says, in fact, I'd go so far as to say that you're making it gooder. Oh, we can but hope. I've got to go use the restroom. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Let's see what we can't do. Okay. Okay. Well, it's still jerky as hell. We're gonna have to make some alterations to that in general, huh? Aren't we? Okay. Now this might look disastrous, and to a certain extent it surely is, but, you know, it's disastrous in ways that we can account for. Let's put it like that. This is finicky, I can't deny it. What in the goddamn hell is going on? Whatever. Alright, step one, immediately destroy. What is this? Why are you here? Constrained by what? Huh, that'll do it. Yeah, don't forget that guy, or else this'll happen. Copy. Paste. Iframe. Good. Alright, well. Copy. Paste. Iframe. Good. So we just need to find out why it's... Yeah. I think the sentence finishes itself, you know? Okay, well... I just delete the keyframes. Keyframes. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Want to explain what that's about? Copy, paste, keyframe, copy, copy, paste, keyframe. Okay. Not ideal, but hey. It's NFKIK switch. It's one that I can rely on to be, if not perfect, then useful. And it says just copy paste until fix. More or less, actually. Yeah, I was worried about that. But oh well. This is what it's gonna take, this is what it's gonna take. No problems. No problems whatsoever. We'll simply copy, frame. Yep. Okay. Oop. So that's where. Okay. Copy. Next frame. Paste. And keyframe. Copy. Next frame. Paste and keyframe. Won't forget you this time. Copy. Next frame. Paste and keyframe. Copy. Next frame. Paste and keyframe. Hmm. So whatever rotations we're dealing with are coming from somewhere else. Okay. Can the animation player stop for 5 seconds? Just give me some peace. You know, it says presumably no. Yeah, it seems that way. Okay, now we actually need the environment collection, if you could believe it. I wonder if from here on out it'll be faster or slower. I have no goddamn idea. I know what I want the answer to be, but I have no guarantees of it. Yeah, it says, you're actually doing a really good job of ironing this out. It looks so much better than it did even an hour ago. Yeah, it's taken its sweet time, but I'm gonna need a little bit more attention before everything's good. Might as well wrap this up. It's not gonna be perfect. No. No, it's not. You'd have thought it would have understood face snapping, but the answer is no. Alright. Now we just gotta, you know, wire it all together and it ought to be fine. Jesus Christ, okay, well. I think that tells me a little bit about the head. A little bit more about the head than I'd wanted to, but okay. What is this wee-woo? Wee-woo. Alright. Well, we've done a decent job. We've done a fair bit of work here. But I've hit the 7-hour mark. So hopefully tomorrow, or failing tomorrow, maybe Wednesday, I can call this a job done. But until then, everybody, I'm gonna take my leave of you all. I'd like to thank everybody who joined me. Tomorrow we'll just keep at this until we can see what we can see, I guess. Yeah. Hopefully it all comes together. But till next time, everybody, stay safe and I'll see you around. Bye-bye now.